Good morning, all of you. We're here for one more day of our event. We are today with activities of our 12th International Congress on Human Rights, accomplished by ISMAT, together with the Federal University of Tocantins, specifically with the professional master degree in Judicial Service and Human Rights. We're here too in a partnership with Ilanud and the first Latin American Virtual Forum on Human Security for Human Rights. For us, from the professional master degree in human rights, it is an honor. I'd like to thank all of those involved. I'd like to thank our chairwoman, Professor Dr. Patrícia Medina, our lecturer of our first working moment with you this morning, Dr. Maria Cotinha Bezerra, and also Professor Alex Valle, linked to IAEM, who is our bridge in Quito, Ecuador. Thank you very much. So, without further ado, I pass the floor to Professor Maria Medina so she may start the works of this first moment in the morning. Professor Patrícia Medina, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for your words. I hope you may have a pleasant situation and of deep reflection, because I'm sure that that's what it's going to be like. We will have the Prosecutor General of Justice of the State of Tocantins, Dr. Cotinha, who is also effective member of the Public Ministry of Brazil. She will be talking about education actions to recognize diversity and fight racism. Professor, not professor, doctor, I'm sorry. In the academia, we end up calling like that. Dr. Cotinha. You know the rules, but I'll help you control those 30 productive minutes of your speech. Please. Good morning, all of you. I'd like to congratulate all the organizations involved in the organization of this first Latin American Virtual Forum on Human Security for Human Rights and the 12th Virtual International Congress on Human Rights, on Human Promotion Factors and Sustainability. Due to the size of the event that has an international projection, gathering several organizations that foster human rights, and its accomplishment with the challenges imposed by coronavirus, which affects the whole mankind. Before this difficulty, we are still accomplishing it. I'd like to thank the State of Tocantins Superior Judge School, the appeal judge Marcos Villas Boas for the invitation. I'd like to thank Professor Gustavo, who is responsible for leading the works today. Tocantins Federal University for the partnership with the Tocantins Judge School, and Professor Alex Valle, coordinator of the event in Quito, in a partnership with IAEM. About Professor Medina, thank you very much for the introduction. I am really glad to see you and be able to share my academic experience I had with you when you taught me in master's degree. The topic here has to do with education actions to recognize the diversity in financial management. That brings me interest because it is very close to my line of research in master's degree. I believe I hold the conditions to contribute to the sensitiveness of the question through my professional experience as member of Tocantins Public Ministry and as a researcher. Another objective that highlights the importance of the discussion we will have has to do to the way this opportunity is in the context of the UN 2030 agenda. As we can see, discuss educational actions to recognize diversity and fight racism are objectives of sustainable development, specifically as SDG 4, which is to assure inclusive education and equitative of high quality and promote opportunities of learning over life for everybody. As well as SDG 10, which is related to the reduction of inequality in the countries, notably SDG 10.2 to foster social inclusion, economic and political of everybody, regardless of age, gender, deficiency, race, ethnic group, origin, religion, economic condition, or other. In Brazil, when we try and find historiographic sources of national education as interfaced practices with human rights, about the recognition of the differences and diversities, we realize we have a lot to accomplish. The mechanism to fight prejudice and discrimination are made invisible by the culture of discrimination and segregation structured in Brazilian society. Situation which is very well categorized by the judge and philosopher Silvio Almeida, who in his young age learned a lot about that, and in his book What is the Structure of Racism, that is dimensioned when our nation was born, based on the economic exploitation of the slave work up to the new republic. The sociologist Florestan Fernandes warns us to the fact that the Brazilian society abandoned the evident racism, but interdicted in its institutions that treated in a strong way, not recognizing as a collective factor of discrimination, but exclusively based on ideology, the color of the skin. This context takes us to the presumptuous concept of racial democracy presented by sociologist Gilberto Freire, idea which was then made popular by other scholars. In fact, the historical development of Brazil reveals that social structure, cultural, political, religious, is racist. Then we have the concept of the myth of the racial democracy, the idea that the racial democracy to make the reality of racism obscure. Having said that, by the bias of human rights education and the theory and the work of the public ministry of the state of Tocantins, we may bring some considerations for the proposal of the educational actions, recognition of the diversity of the people, and with that, the consequent fight to racism. I start my contribution with some considerations to contextualize to the participants of this thematic session. I'd like to place us on where I live, with the other social agents and the society that involves us. The state of Tocantins is a Brazilian region which has cultural heritage of the native population, such as indigenous people, Xerente, Craoa, Pinagé, Carajá, Javaés, among others, of the Quilombola communities, and representative groups of the so-called non-white Brazilians. Amidst those populational layers, we add a region which historically lives in a situation of a modernization in the field of the machines and expansion of the land property by huge agribusiness project development, but without going to the moment, as in great part of the Brazilian regions, the learning of the effective livelihood in the rule of law with the premises of modernity, highlighting even what we think and practice about human rights. The region of Tocantins has small cities. As example of most Latin American cities, small hegemonic groups. They take turns in the political power, thus created the idea that only some people are seen with right, almost naturally, to have the prerogatives of the human rights. The state of Tocantins was created in 1989, 1 year after the Constitution from 1988, and according to the educational poll of the time, our state had only 0.8% of people that had a college degree. That is, when it was created, almost all the population was illiterate. Due to that, over these 3 decades, migrating groups came to the region, creating a border of expansion and economic development, bringing with them demands of basic education network expansion. In such a way, the structure of the state with its education professionals started living with the prerogatives of the national education basic laws, while the public ministry, the institution which I am a member, started to understand and infiltrate its mission in the domains of the education. The main problems of racism and ethnic racial segregation were not assumed at the very beginning by the new public institutions. After many years of military dictatorship, placed us in a route of democratic learning, which is very feeble. The fight to racism and the defense of the populational minorities was still under the responsibility of pioneer religious group of those times, something that transformed in time, bring the power of the social movements to the reality of the Tocantins civil society. As a representative of public ministry, it was made feasible to me to work in surveillance of projects, programs, strategies, targets, and the assured rights by the state and federal constitution, the specific laws in the framework of Tocantins state. On our daily basis, we realize the law is not in synchrony for everybody. The fundamental rights of the development of the person and the citizenship. A basic right in Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, which sees education as the promotion of the comprehension, tolerance, friendship between all nations and racial or religious groups. This universal right was received by our Constitution in Article 6 and explained between Article 205 and 214. As it was regarded as human right belonging to all, education has the dimension of a collective right, and the public ministry is to guarantee the effective access to the exercise of this right. The education as an instrument indispensable that is meant to place people in the minimal conditions of equality, that is, if all have access to quality education, obviously we would be in the same quality of knowledge and opportunity. I highlight this term opportunity, and I do that in order to retake the beginning of my talk when I mentioned the initial statements about racism. The main problem for the black population dwells in the lack of the access to quality education. The statistics point out most of our population is black and poor, neglected to the weak basic education public system under the responsibility of municipalities and states. Those who do not drop off school try to go to college, and mainly which is by the federal government, and then they are faced with a strict selection process. In this stage, that black candidate from public school will not be in the same conditions to compete with the other white and well-bred people. And then there is a social stratification and a consequent abyss between black and white people as a result of educational mistaken education that disvalues public education when it naturalizes this huge inequality ignored as it backfeeds the structural racism. Then we're able to diagnose how much the structural racism reproduced institutionally became an obstacle to the access to education, bringing to the discussion the public ministry its duty to control and charge from public managers all the laws for the education, the expansion, qualification of the public teaching system that may lead it to the democracy, integrating history, the Afro-Brazilian culture, the curriculum of learning. And this is on since 2003 by law 10639, which changed the education basic laws. When the public ministry starts controlling the effectiveness of a law such as this, which promotes ethnic and cultural diversity, we are putting into practice an initiative which aims to get historical distortions and highlight the importance of the black people for the social, political, economic, and cultural construction of Brazil. Thus, the school becomes one of the main equalization agents of the access to the social growth opportunities of black people, besides sedimenting a culture of respect to our African identity and of national integration. This is to materialize the constitutional guideline of Article 3 in the construction of a free, fair, and solidary society by means of promoting the well-being of others with no prejudice of race, gender, or any other form of discrimination. We may also add Federal Law 12/228 of 2010, which is the Racial Equality Statute, which ratifies the mandatority of the content of general history of Africa to the black population, besides being mandatory for the executive power to promote the training of their teachers. By the way, again, with the local reality, the state of Tocantins also counts on the law, the same sense, 2977 of 2015, when we approved the Tocantins State Education Plan, whose target 13 is the right to the universalization of the inclusion of education, of the ethnic racial relations, for the history, for the Afro-Brazilian African history and culture teaching. By the way, at this moment, judged by what I said, one of the actions of the public ministry, which is to keep the application of the laws directed to educational to promote knowledge and racial diversity and fight racism through the adaptation of the municipal and the state plans of teaching that may implement didactic and paradidactic material. Also, the initial training continues for the teachers, either by their own means or by jurisdictional help. When it's not done by their own will, we'll do that judicially. All those are actions of an institution which wants to have the improvement of the right and of the people and the effectiveness of the ethnic issues. The education actions of recognition of diversity and fighting racism not necessarily are exhausted in basic education. The idea is that they may be scattered all over the steps, all spheres and projects of all social institutions, interjecting in the consciousness of the individuals that by becoming potential catalyzers of the end of the racism, thus contributing once for all for the end of the social wound. The challenge is huge, but I'd like to end this approach with a provocation by the sociologist Silvia Almeida. Conscious that racism is part of the social structure and thus does not need intention to be manifested, although we may be silent through the racism, will not make him morally or juridically guilty. Certainly the silence makes it ethically and politically responsible for the maintenance of racism. The social change is not made only with complaints or moral rejection of racism. It depends most of all in having a posture and adoption of anti-racism politics. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am open for dialogue and to answer the questions of the other participants. Thank you very much, Dr. Cotinha. First of all, for being so objective, thus remaining in the time, even leaving some time for the possibility for us to have some Q&A after your lecture. During your lecture, I wrote down a few things, while those who listen to us about the questions, I'd like to make my statements about your talk, which there were some issues. Manda mutar o microfone dela. Because of the professional experience, que eu estou ouvindo tudo na sala dela. As you said, I am a professor, and it is the reality in the superior education. And when they're in superior education, we commit ourselves on how to fight racism and prejudice, understanding the prejudice in its double dimension, a concept with a term linked to another set of values, which are learned and lead to the exposure of not deserving anything. Nossa, eu estava ouvindo.
Pronto, muito obrigada. E numa outra perspectiva.
And in another perspective, in other dimensions, those would be values learned. Prejudice is, and you stated that it is a cultural nature. It is a consequence of historical learning. And of course, there is a set of practices of individuals and groups who nurture opinions in favor and against the members of certain groups. And that's what characterizes this, what you just introduced to us. And at school, and I state here as of my very experience as a supervisor, and when we talk about education, I am talking about this school education, not in its widest dimension, but the teaching dimension at schools. Although it is a growing movement, the means of communication and the very university, the schools have made efforts to the creation of organizations, non-profit organizations have been organized around it. Groups of research, extension activities, nucleus of study have been conducted in order to become public. Respond to what you just mentioned. It is a problem that cannot become invisible. But we still found at school, a process of internalization when we see kids, very young kids, is still in the early years referring to their classmate. That is probably a black people stuff. My father said it was not well done, maybe a black guy did it. Expressions of a person who says, it could only be of this lazy guy. Expressions that are still part of our lives. We still listen to that. Those sentences in the education sphere are sentences that are very impacting in the consolidation of a position in prejudice, which is the opposite sense of your lecture and the movement we have. And how do we realize the possibility? One possibility of facing that with education, also mentioned by you, and then the state of Tocantins in a great movement of preparation of the teachers. We know the teachers in the Brazilian educational system, our kids are more and more in touch with the institutions and in the education institution with the teachers. So professors, educators, generally speaking, those who are in charge of the schools, the experiences we live at school, they determine the process of learning of our kids, and we still, as teachers, we can listen to them mentioning those sense that is a challenge in terms of guiding us for a professional training that may be more and more consistent. Já está no Q&A.
uma pergunta que eu gostaria de socializar.
I have a question here for you.
Sua fala, desculpa que eu me perdi,
I got a little lost.
me encontrar.
Ela não levou nem 15 minutos.
As perguntas são no seguinte sentido.
The questions are, can you hear me?
Que bom. Então, a primeira pergunta
The first question is,
fala em ações
you mention educational actions to fight racism, but they are based on basic education. Is it possible to do the same in professional education, that is, have systematized actions to fight racism in professional environments? Yes, it is possible to adopt those measures beyond the teaching environment, that is, people under development. The other institutions should incorporate, amidst their values, the fight to racism in the cooperative environment. For that, it is necessary, besides being prepared to stop any of that in the cooperative environment, invest in personnel training to make them aware and recognize what the racism is, what we so-call cooperative education. A practical example of that takes place in the institutions of the justice in Brazil, such as the National Justice Council, who makes diagnosis every year of the ethnic personnel scope and the benefit of the black population in their payroll. As a manager of the public ministry of the state of Tocantins, I realized there were rare actions in the institutional environment. That's why we made an internal survey to get to know better the ethnic profile of our members. So in the future, when we hold public contests, we may have specific vacancies for the black population, besides having our strategic planning, the personnel training that may lead to this discussion to all our members.
O microfone da senhora está fechado, professor.
Eu vou deixá-lo aberto. Muito obrigada, doutora Cotinha.
Thank you, Dr. Coutinho. The question is,
Fazer
in the sense of making the difference between
estruturar
structural racism and institutional racism. The question is, I'd like to understand what is the relation between structural racism and institutional racism. Once more, I go back to the studies of the philosopher and jurist Silvio Almeida to explain that, according to his overview, the institutional racism is prior to the others because it is in the field of the collective ideas and permeates the individuals who integrate the issues such as work, justice, economy, and politics, because it is in all fields of social life. It comprises the whole structure of society. That's why we talk about structural racism, because this conceptual idea guides all social actions, either consciously or unconsciously, in such a way that we naturalize this discrimination and we replicate to perpetuate this state of injustice.
Doutora Cotinha, uma outra pergunta diz respeito.
Another question is about why is it important, in your opinion, for us to be discussing or talking about anti-racism situations in this forum about sustainability? The sustainability brings in itself the idea of future improvement, in the sense that by acting now, we may be able to foster a better scenario in which we will have some balance. And we always add the idea of sustainability from the ecological point of view. But now it also goes through social field. That's why, if as of now we adopt practices of social improvement, as for education measures that may bring the discussion on structural racism, we may be aware of our social setbacks and consequently create mechanisms to correct those historical distortions promoted over the years and subjugate the black population in Brazil. That is, the sustainability for anti-racism practice is capable of promoting respect and the recognition of diversity, as we have in my talk, and then finally have a fair, free, and equal society.
E eu suponho, porque eu convidei
I
os alunos
invited our students from undergraduation to listen to your talk, and I would like, if you give me the opportunity,
fazer essa distinção que talvez não
to make this difference, which is not exactly clear for all.
este assunto é tão importante.
Why is this so important? My question, why is it so important to be treated by a member of the public ministry? What is the relation of this topic with the social role played by the public ministry?
A importância é de buscar
The importance is to try
da igualdade.
and find balance and equality. For example, in relation to racism,
Como eu considero
as I find myself to be a privileged person,
mantive na sala de aula,
I kept myself in the classroom besides some difficulties. I reached a decision-making position. I feel I have the obligation, not just as member of the public ministry, but as a person, to contribute, to give my best, to effectively participate. And as of I'm here in the condition of a black woman coming from adverse classes, I may show I am capable, although I were part of a minority, even though I am an example of a minority which is capable of making a difference and making the change. So everyone who's got this opportunity of getting to a position has the right and the duty, not in the sense of practicing the reverse racism. It is horrible when we practice the reverse racism. If things is black when it's bad, and then I will curse the guy because he's white. So I have this discussion. Sustainability has to do with that. When I fight, when I struggle for sustainability and equality, automatically nature will do that quality and guarantee it. But the awareness in the case of racism, if we assume that you are black, you have to be recognized you're black, it's not, because if you are black and you get to a good position and you hide, you're not going to make any difference and will not give any contribution. In my institution, we are a minority. In the justice, we are a minority. In all points, we are a minority. We are only majority in the prisons. Black people are only majority in the prisons. I made no reference to the racial reservations that exist. That was due to a social mobilization which represented this difference.
Quando a gente fala, e a senhora sabe,
When we mention, and you know that, I will just make that clear for our audience in Brazil, when you statistically talk about black people, when you use this expression, black people, we are gathering on this nomenclature the representatives who are both brunettes and Negro. And there is a second classification used by the federal government, which are the non-black expression. And then we add to those non-black, the group is comprising yellows, indigenous people, and white people. Why am I state and making this difference? For two reasons. Because what we recognize that although the laws may guarantee the equality between people, racism, as you just mentioned, is a historical process that shapes our society the way it is today. And the evidence of that in Brazil is that we are black, and we have the condition of being women, and we represent 57.8% of the Brazilian population. We, black people, are 58.7% of the Brazilian population. Nevertheless, when we look at this representativeness, and this representativeness may be given as the example of what happens in the Congress, even we are black, most of the population, 96% of our Congress, men and women, are white. So we have serious problems in Brazil to be faced. And in that sense, I'd like to report the commitment of the university, especially in the training process of professors, is in that sense you just mentioned. Since 2003, it is mandatory in the training of professors in Brazil. The undergraduation in Brazil that prepares teachers, it must have a transversal subject in a proportionality of at least 60 hours within 300 hours of the general graduation, aimed at the training of the teachers for the Afro-Brazilian culture. What is the intention of this law? It is for us to understand about the identity and sociology that formed the Brazilian people. Our young kids at school, they are fundamentally black, but they are still educated by white people. So there must be this type of action to train those professionals so we may participate in this process, the so-called construction of a new culture. Doctor, I would like to pass on the floor for you to make your final remarks. Our organized commission gave us up to 9:45, so we're gonna be sharp on that. You have 5 minutes, if you wish, for your final remarks. You are a doctor and postdoctor, but I will call you professor. It makes a difference. I just would like to congratulate again the initiative and thank for this interest and the schools. We must make a difference at events like this. These are seeds planted here that we will reap the fruits within 2 years. My commitment now with the public ministry, we're going to have our Superior Public Ministry School. I saw the need to have that. We had only the study center, but now we're going to have the Superior Study School. We want to get the help from Ms. Match, which has a long experience. I'm sure we're going to have partnerships and work together, especially with the university. I'd like to thank for the opportunity I was given to share and socialize with you experiences of the public ministry, my personal experience, and my satisfaction to become a researcher. You mentioned you have to dedicate 3 or 4 hours. I am sleeping less and studying 3-4 hours. I send my friends message. They criticize me and ask me to sleep. I sleep less and study more. Thank you very much. I could not end my talk without directing to my friends from the 7th Master Degree group. They are all watching. I miss all of you because of the pandemic. We are far away, and also class 8. In them we have 7 prosecutors in the group 8 master degree in a partnership with the Federal University because of this importance of the public ministry to grasp those natural issues. We have to worry about sustainability, education, the other spheres. The prosecutor talks too much about law, only human rights. I was trained to bite, but now I'm deep in human rights. My view of the world improved a lot. I think today I am ready to collaborate, to help as a human being and professional, and effectively much better than before. Thank you very much, Professor. I'd like to thank all of you, Professor Alex Valle, Professor Gustavo Pascoal, and all those attending to this event. Have a very good day. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada por suas palavras finais.
Thank you for your final words, and I'll give you the opportunity. You left some time to answer to the question I would ask to end this activity. The law is law enough to solve the problem? And you said, somehow you said, unfortunately, it's not. Racism is something larger than discrimination and prejudice because it has to do with the forms without which and which are basic in the awareness process, which is not favorable to black people, indigenous people, and those who have no privileges whatsoever. And you also said, I'd like to draw the attention to this final phase that you mentioned. This is the life we should preserve. Right is human, no matter what the conditions and adjectives are. So I'd like to thank you and end the session, so-called education actions to recognize diversity and fight racism, in the talk of Professor Maria Cotinha de Bezerra. I'd like to thank for the opportunity too, and I pass the floor to the organizing commission, to our coordinator, Dr. Gustavo Pascoal. Once again, I say thank you very much for this opportunity to see you both from up close again. Professor, we thank you for the participation. I'd like to thank for the participation of Dr. Maria Cotinha Bezerra, Prosecutor General of the state of Tocantins, our J student from class 7. I'd like to thank you and warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for being with us virtually at this 12th Virtual International Congress on Human Rights. And I'd like to take the chance to reinforce our link and activities together with the first Latin American Virtual Forum on Human security for human rights. I'd like to thank you once more, Professor and Dr. Maria Cotinha. And now I'd like to invite all of you, so at 10 a.m. we may return and we will have the conference, Human Rights Values in the Post-Pandemic COVID-19 Scenario, Challenges and Opportunities. The lecturer is Professor Dr. Mary Hima, who is a professor in the Lebanon University and also a consultant for human rights in Harvard University. I also would like to let you know we will have the participation of the Lebanon ambassador, Ikan Hamdan. I'd like to request all of you for us to return at 10 a.m. We're going to be waiting for you. See you next.
Greetings once more to all. We are here back again with our program of the 12th Congress on Human Rights and continuity of the work today. And we will now have the second thematic session called Values of Human Rights in the Post-Pandemic COVID-19 Scenario, Challenges and Opportunities. I'd like to hand over to the president of the session, Judge Pedro Nelson de Miranda Coutinho, that he might conduct the work. Judge, you got the word. It's a pleasure. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Mary Rima. And then we will have today presentation by Hima Mehdi and a special participation, the Ambassador of Lebanon, Mr. Hisham Hamdan. He was ambassador in Argentina and Mexico. Now I'd like to call for the participation of the ambassador on a video that was recorded directly from Lebanon.
Of my country at different human rights committees in Geneva, and also as member of the drafting committee of the International Criminal Court during Rome Convention and Rome Congress. I would very much to address and ask you kindly to consider very much the requirement of helping people to obtain justice. We would not like to accuse anybody. We would like to talk about injustice and to talk about a criminal act against the human rights in Lebanon. Right now, I would like to call on everybody, worldwide, anyone who really works for international peace and security, who really cares for human rights, who really cares for friendship among people. And I say that the Lebanese people were a member of drafting and also establishing the United Nations. We are still a peace-loving people. And actually, what our country since 1969 was a great crime committed against these peace-loving people when international community let our country be an open space, open land for wars in this region. We are no more than actually a message for international community worldwide. As Pope John Paul II said, we are more than a nation. We are a message. We are really a unique society. 18 religious parties living in peace and harmony in this country for centuries and centuries were turned because of the injustice of the international community. And actually, for those who are creating wars for their own interest, we were transformed into an open space for wars in this region. We want to live in peace with everybody. But what happened recently in my country, what have been done is an exceptional crime. Everybody in the world had witnessed this very, very very exceptional and unbelievable destruction and bombings that really took place in the harbor, the civil harbor of Beirut, the main harbor of Lebanon, a harbor that exists among civilians living in peace. And they were not knowing what was happening in this harbor, this port. Actually, the port was transformed into a space for this war, continuing war, taking place in the region. What we need that the people consider very much that the Lebanese people want to have justice. We had really suffered something exceptional. Hundreds of people were killed, disappeared in pieces in the air and in the water. No one knows where are they. Their families, their fathers, their mothers, their children, they don't know anything about their fate. Many children were changed into orphans. Many and hundreds and thousands of Lebanese, like 300,000 Lebanese, were changed homeless. Their homes were destroyed. The whole city, a part of the city was destroyed. A great part of our historical culture was destroyed. Our historical memory was destroyed. Our youth were kept and were left in fear. Many of them are leaving the country now, are immigrating from the country. They are leaving a devastated country. But above all, our judicial system is not able, is unable to capable and not able actually to obtain justice for those victims. They don't have the means. But above all, what happened in the port is a part of this ongoing war in this area. This is a military act, and we don't want to accuse anybody, but we want justice. We want the international judicial system to investigate and to find out the truth. We want no impunity for anyone responsible for this crime. And we ask the international community, in the name of human rights, in the name of humanity, in the name of peace-loving people, in the name of all Lebanese who shared in building your countries worldwide, we are calling you to help us achieve justice. We are calling every country member of the International Criminal Court to help the Lebanese people obtain justice. We do not need but justice. We do not need but justice, and justice should be done. And it is your responsibility to help us. What happens in Lebanon could happen any other place. What happens in Lebanon would touch over humanity during centuries and centuries. This will be remembered by future generations. And if we will not be ready and able to obtain justice, it will be a shame in the history of humanity. Gentlemen, in the name of the Lebanese victims who ignore, who do not know actually the way to seek justice, because they were absent of all these developments that took place worldwide, especially since 1990, when the world transformed into another system, world system, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Our people were under the influence of the ongoing wars here. Our people who shared who contributed to justice worldwide, our people who drafted and helped drafted the Declaration of Human Rights, our people who helped drafting all these agreements against terrorism and all these agreements to obtain justice for everyone worldwide, and including the International Criminal Court, are left behind. They didn't know, and they don't know which way to go. I'm helping because I was really there in their name. I participated in their name in doing this system, justice system worldwide. And I do call upon every peace-loving human being worldwide to help us. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for letting me address this important gathering. I would like very much that the suffering of our people, that actually the injustice in Lebanon be considered carefully by you, be given a place on your agenda, and be given a place in the outcome that will end when you finish your conference. Thank you very much. God bless you. Hisham Hamdan, ambassador, retired ambassador, founder of the Forum United for Justice for Lebanon and its people. Thank you very much.
Bom, agradecemos aí a participação.
So we thank very much the participation, His Excellency Hisham Hamdan. Now I'd like to hand over to Professor Rima Mehri, a doctorate by the University of London, a researcher and consultant on human rights from the University of Harvard. Rima Mehri
Your Excellencies, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, I begin with a very sincere thank you for everyone who organized this International Congress on Human Rights. A sincere thank you to all the organizers who invited us to participate from Beirut. And if I may, a very sincere thank you for His Excellency Ambassador Hisham Hamdan, who last minute accepted to join us on this Congress in order for us to reach our voices from Lebanon to Latin America and across borders. To be honest, I begin this presentation by telling you today I address you from the very same living room where on the 4th of August, 2020, this is less than 3 months ago, a horrific blast of unprecedented scale took place here in Beirut, in the heart of the capital. For me, sitting here at home, I recall very vividly, you can never forget this torrent that basically threw me off from one side of the living room to the other as the building shook from side to side. And we were, it was glass in every direction here in the house. We initially thought that there was another assassination. I have lived through the assassination of Prime Minister Hariri in this very same flat in the heart of Beirut. And back then in 2005, I thought there could be nothing worse. But 3 months ago was something quite unbelievable. Walking in the streets of Beirut after this attack, which was dubbed Beiruthshima, we're still not clear 3 months later if this is crime, if this is negligence, if this is we have no answers on very, very basic questions, as our ruling elite fails to not only provide us with basic answers, despite the tremendous the unbelievable, unprecedented economic and political deadlock that is bringing our people to hunger. They have failed thus far to even put together a government so that we can withstand the pressures that we are facing today. Dubbed Beirut-Shima because it is the third worst explosion in the world. I walked down the streets of Beirut right after, a couple of days after, and was absolutely stunned with areas, whole regions of Beirut have been wiped off. The port no longer exists. It is a huge mass of rubble and burning. 300,000 people have been displaced from their homes. 300 people were killed. 6,000 people have been wounded. A war crime. It's a crime against humanity. And still the international community and our governments fail to provide us with basic answers. And this happens in the context of what has been also dubbed as Libanzuela. And the reason I'm using these frames, the reason I'm using these words is to challenge them. I am a media analyst, and I care very much to make sure that whenever we're discussing something, whether we call it Beirut-Shima or Libanzuela, to really put the context, it's very important to speak within the right context, even if we make things alive by sharing experiences across borders and, for example, making comparisons between Lebanon and Venezuela. In South America, it's very important not to miss the context of the issues that we are addressing. Beirut-Shima took place within the context of Libanzuela, which has become really a byword for political and economic crisis and humanitarian issues. For the first time in history, a country in the Arab world is actually heading towards hyperinflation. You're talking about 500% inflation surpassing 500%. You're talking about the devaluation of the Lebanese pounds by 60 to 70%. Unemployment like we have never known it. Some people, GDP has dropped by 25% this year alone. Some people are saying that some new statistics have come out to say that 75%, more than the majority of the Lebanese people today need financial aid in order to survive. The banks have imposed illegal capital controls on us, which are not allowing us to transfer our money overseas. And the situation economically is very dire. But what I really wanted to stress is that this is not an economic crisis. This is first and foremost a political crisis. Lebanon is first and foremost an international crisis. Our very particular spot in the region, we are strategically located in the region. And unfortunately, whatever issues happen in Lebanon have a spillover effect on the region and internationally. What has become very clear is that this deadlock or this economic war against Lebanon is really a question. It's really all about the geopolitics of the region, of key players who are facing a deadlock and who have challenges, and that we somehow, somewhere, the Lebanese people are being. I don't like I'm very uncomfortable saying that this is that we are falling prey to these agendas, because we are empowered as a people and need to take responsibility for our country and hold our rulers accountable. Since October 2019, there has been mass protests on the street that have called for this government and all the governments before it, which were basically the warlords. There have been for decades the warlords, the people, the political elites since the Civil War have been more or less the same people or the same families. For over a year, we have been protesting on the street. We have called for this government to bring in new blood, the new fresh blood. The international community has stepped in to say there will be no more money for Lebanon so long as this government is not doing the reforms, because what we don't want is more debts and money coming in from overseas that they put in their pockets. So there has been a lot of pressure from key players for them to actually incorporate in this government technocrats, people who putting the right people in the right job, and really including the youth, and having a representative and legitimate government. Unfortunately, thus far, we have failed to put together this government. And it becomes really a question of Lebanon heading towards a failed state is really not a local issue or even regional. It is really an issue. The collapse of the international system and rule of law is one that impacts us as citizens across borders. And ultimately, the Millennium Development Goals, which stress the importance of providing a people with a just and dignified life free from want and fear, health, basic necessities, jobs. Until this day, we are struggling with electricity and basic infrastructure. Our seas have been so deeply polluted, and the attack on the 4th of August has left us with also an environmental crisis in our seas, in the air. We're having for days after lots of lung issues and problems that will definitely appear at a later point also. So we have been facing quite a tremendous challenge here in Lebanon. And the reason why we're reaching our voices across borders is because we believe that our purpose is to put our hands together, and really the UN Millennium Development Goals shouldn't be a case of building a city only to watch it be destroyed again and again. We have heard many people talk about Beirut, the phoenix, the Beirut that rises again and again. Well, if we are talking security, security cannot ever be achieved in a place or in a context where you have to rebuild the same city again and again and again and not hold anybody, and nobody is held accountable for its destruction. It is time for security to be on par with sustainable development, with sustainable social development. They cannot be two tracks. They have to be one and aligned so that we can move forward and live a decent and dignified life. Now, the situation becomes even more complex with the COVID pandemic. We seem to be doing very well in the beginning. When the pandemic took place, we were even making international headlines that Lebanon was doing well. Now the situation has drastically changed after the Beirut explosion on the 4th of August. After the explosion, of course, there was a lot of people doing relief. There was a lot of interaction and no more control. The government dropped as a result of this. The government was pressured to step down as a result of this explosion in the port. And as a result, people were interacting more and more, and we lost control. Now, if you see, there's over 60,000 people here in Lebanon who are confirmed cases, and around 600 deaths. This is what is on records. But how much really are the numbers? It's not clear. We have reservations on these numbers because, this is at the end of the day a developing country in the region. And maybe not enough tests perhaps are being done to get the exact figures that we are dealing with. But what has been very alarming is that more than half of the cases and deaths occurred in September alone. So when you look at it within this context, it is definitely very alarming. There is clearly not a long-term strategy and enough resources for us to deal with the pandemic. And for the first time in my life, I have family and friends and people coming from overseas. We used to give them a call to ask them to get us, to get us something from the airport, perfume, shopping. I don't know, the Lebanese, our family and friends, who used to come to town, we used to ask them for luxuries. Now I have seen with my eyes that my closest and dearest come even from overseas to deliver medications, cancer medication. We are very clearly having issues to providing basic medications, whether it is cancer or other issues, and the prices have shot up. The dollar crisis with 70% of the Lebanese lira losing its value has meant that people can no longer afford. And then, you have these pharmacies or you have these situation where perhaps they are available, but they are keeping them. And then they sell them at higher prices. It has become business, but what is more important than that, these are the minority. The majority of people do not have the medications available due to the crisis that we are facing today in Lebanon. Now, another issue of deep concern is the refugee crisis. The refugee crisis, Lebanon today is home to 1.5 to 2 million refugees from Syrian and Palestinian. In a situation where the Lebanese can barely provide for themselves, the refugees have become a very, very serious concern. Friends, we know from history, we know from looking around that where there is famine, where there is poverty, where there is no control, where there is no rule of law, there is fertile ground for extremism. And that's not only refugees, it's from everybody. So let's not discriminate against the most vulnerable. Let's protect them. Let's hold the international community responsible to critical phase. You know, the biggest donor for UNRWA, which was the USA, is no longer providing for the Palestinians, and the Syrians are also a huge problem and are facing very dire situation, even worse than the Lebanese. And they have just fallen through the cracks of the system. And this is really an international issue that we wanted to stress. At the end of a long day, Lebanon as a failed state is really an attack on the international order and the international system, since it has it's a hub. It's so strategic in the region. It's got so many threads are tied up here, and so many issues that impact us across borders. Now, I want to wrap up by talking about what is really the way forward and why are we and His Excellency Ambassador Hisham Hamdan, why we really wanted to reach out and talk to you across borders. You see, the situation that we are facing here in Lebanon is not local. You can connect with us. We have common goals. We have in Latin America alone, you have the statistics on Google ranged anywhere from 15 to 30 million Arabs. We have one of the biggest diaspora. The Lebanese diaspora is actually in Brazil. So this is home for us. Our ancestors are actually from Brazil. So this is not only football and good food. This is heritage and culture and history. We are deeply connected, and a lot of you are actually supporting us in the region by sending money. The diaspora has played a very important role. And we are very proud of many of our diaspora who now are taking even very senior positions in places in America. Our common goals, if I were to define 5 common goals that unite us, it would be our global fight against terrorism. And here, please, I need to stress this. This Bush policy, since even though I didn't want to mention any particular politician, but this policy, this way of looking at the world since September 11 of you are either with us or with the terrorists, this is not the frame of mind. This is not the way that we need to address these common challenges. The issue is not how we label each other. The issue is how do we reach the root causes of the problem and resolve it. The strangulation of Lebanon and the economic war against Lebanon from key players. If you look at it fundamentally, you'll see it's about really strangulating on certain political parties that are blacklisted overseas. I'm not getting into that. All I am saying is that the real issues we need to address when we are addressing the region, we need to address the root causes of the problem, not look at the weapons, look at what gave them legitimacy in the first place. So we really needed to be very careful about these discourses that unite us, not divide us. Human and drug trafficking is definitely an issue. You know, when you have borders that are loose, when you have famine, when you have drugs being smuggled, they don't just end up in Latin America through parachute. There's an international network that is working across borders, and we are connected. And if anything I learned through this pandemic is just how connected we are fundamentally across borders and in every way. Money laundering and arms smuggling is definitely an issue that we share. Corruption is a prime issue for us here in Lebanon. We need support to be able to really educate a new generation of people who can fight corruption. Our political class has won the Guinness Book of Records for its corruption, and it continues without any accountability or holding them accountable. Ultimately, what unites us is a commitment to human dignity and life. You can help us in three fundamental ways. First, let me put on the table the of Prime Minister Hariri. You know, the Beirut explosion took place 2 days before this verdict was supposed to come out, and then it was delayed for another month, and they shared the verdict. The International Tribunal of Prime Minister Hariri was really a statement by the Lebanese and the international community to end an era of impunity for murder. It was not only about the assassination of Prime Minister Hariri, it was about the assassination of Hariri and numerous people, numerous political crimes that fall into this same, that actually were all these political crimes. They are the reason why we took it to the international court, because we didn't have the institutions in order to try them back home. Now, the International Tribunal turned out to be a very lengthy procedure. You're talking about millions, billions of dollars were spent on this, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars were spent on this tribunal. 15 years, and only a couple of months ago, a verdict for one person that left many questions unanswered, and we need to pressure to make sure that there is follow-up to get to the bottom of this, because we needed to have this example. A good example that holds somebody accountable is the way forward. With respect to the Beirut port, we also need to discuss across international borders what options do we have legally. Not after 3 months, but at the moment, whenever these things are happening, it's so important for people to come immediately on site, because all this burning and fires that happened after, sort of all the evidence is lost, or a lot of the evidence has been lost. So we needed support from the international community on legal tracks to build transparency and to build the rule of law in Lebanon. Politically speaking, you can also help us. And the international community can certainly help us. You see, these warlords that have imposed a sectarian regime here in Lebanon and that have survived all these decades, they have people who are supporting them overseas. And we all know who they are. They are these sectarian warlords. All of them are aligned with key players in the region and overseas. And they are actually supporting the status quo, or supporting or stifling the cry and the voices of the people here. Since they could not survive alone, they are getting support from the international community and key players. And we need you to start supporting us, supporting the women, supporting the minorities, supporting the people, supporting the youth, supporting the people who want to build a nation, not a conflict zone or a jungle. In terms of economic reforms, we are very happy to see the international community is stepping down on this political class to say that there will be no money so long as they will not do the needed reforms to make sure that whatever we build, we are building not for it to be destroyed overnight again, and we start all over. And of course, ultimately, the security of the region, the human security, is really part of a collective security, where there is no just solution to key files in the region. Of course, Palestine being a key file, as well as other files which are really important, unless there is a solution, a just solution to the refugees and to key issues on the table, not from a short-term, self-interested or personally interested goals, but to do it in a way that serves our collective security and it serves our human dignity. It serves us as human beings and protects us and our rights. Finally, I would say that we can collaborate with Latin America, and we would very much like to collaborate with Latin America. You are such an important voice. The elections are coming up right now. You're such an important voice in the back. You're an important voice in these elections, and we have this connection with the diaspora that is so many of us between you also in this region. We would like to explore ways of really collaborating in terms of corruption. I know that one key member, for example, has an academy to fight corruption in Europe. We need to train a new generation of leaders who can actually deal with corruption, and they can fight corruption. We would like to also collaborate in terms of building the legal institutions and rule of law and these international legal tracks that support you and us. You can support us also through Lebanese. You know, there's many businesses right now in Lebanon that are falling, and this is really important for me to say. The Lebanese businessmen and manufacturers who have actually been brought to bankruptcy with these illegal capital controls. What is happening right now is that the same political elite that broke you is actually taking over your businesses and your investments. And you know that in these very turbulent times, there's high risk, yes, but there's also a lot of opportunity for good investment. And for the Arab and the Lebanese diaspora in Latin America, as well as the businessmen all over the world, we urge you not to think how if you put $1, you will take it back. We urge you to think how if you invest now, you're actually saving this dollar for the people and building, not allowing our investments to go to the political elite who are actually, their power bases are being they are growing their power bases on our backs as they break us further. In order to open a new page, in order to open a new leaf, a new chapter, we needed to make sure that our investments go to the right people, especially on the border with the Lebanese-Syrian border. For example, you have an area, the Bekaa is filled with factories. These factories must not fall. We need the support of the international, of key players overseas in order to support these families, so that we can grow our manufacturing and make sure that these very volatile, risky areas do not fall for the wrong people. This is the way you build security, by making sure these zones do not fall in the wrong hands. And of course, you can help us by getting involved. You know, there's so many ways that you can actually get involved in order to take our voices to your governments and to social media and to the media and in every way, as well as research. I conclude with something that I would like to conclude with a quote from Khalil Gibran. But before I share this quote, I want you to know that when I visited Argentina a couple of years ago, when I visited His Excellency Ambassador Hisham Hamdan, I will never forget how in the middle of very late in the evening with his lovely wife, we were in the car. He would actually get out of the car with a torch, and he insisted that I see the memorial with a torch. He insisted that I see the memorial of Khalil Gibran right outside near the embassy of Lebanon in Argentina. And it spoke volumes to me because, you know, across borders, Beirut and Lebanon and the Lebanese people have always been a people that embraced other cultures, that have taken their heritage. Khalil Gibran is a very well-known poet and a legacy. He's a legacy figure. So across borders, we have these connections. They are hearty connections, history, culture. And I end with a quote that really stresses what His Excellency Ambassador Hisham Hamdan was clearly saying in his speech. Khalil Gibran says, "Do not be merciful, but be just, for mercy is bestowed upon the guilty criminal, while justice is all that the innocent man requires. And this is all that we want. We wanted justice, justice for Lebanon, justice for the region, a justice that unites us and not divides us." Thank you very much for for inviting me to participate in this Congress. And I would like to take any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mary. It's very pleasure for us to stay with you here. And I have some questions for you. And today, I have coronavirus. I have. It's my last day of the quarantine. Yeah, today is my last day.
Bless your heart.
Yes, I'm so good.
Bless your heart. Thank you for being
Yes.
able to join us despite these difficult
Yes.
for you. I'm very sorry, and I wish you speedy recovery.
No, it's good. It's good. Just to contribute to the debate, the corruption for me is the major cause that affects human rights. I think so. And I will translate for you the questions for you answer, okay?
Sure.
From Ana Lívia Paese Zekowski. I don't have any questions, but I want to, I think so. We are condescendent with Lebanon people and hope you get justice. I'm very sorry with the thing happening in this country. Hope you get the justice. We are part of the same world and have responsibility to help. And now, really the question. What can countries concrete to do in order to help Lebanon at this time? Maria Luisa Nascimento.
Thank you very much for these sentiments and for the question. Certainly, it's very important at this moment in time and to exert maximum pressure from the international community for our political, for our government to actually do the necessary reforms for us to have any hope of survival. To really pressure these governments when the money is coming in from overseas, from Latin America, from Europe. It's very important to pressure these governments to make sure that the money that is coming in goes to the right people, to really support the women, support the youth, support the NGOs at the grassroots. And this has been, we have seen this has been wonderful to see that more and more donors are refusing to give money actually to the government. They're going direct to the grassroots, to the NGOs, so that we are able to survive at this critical juncture. But more than anything, it is really about support from an international perspective to really explore venues to hold them accountable legally for what is happening. Beirut is the Beirut crime. The Beirut port crime is a city that was destroyed and nobody was held accountable.
Okay, another question. Teacher, how in a country with relatively small dimensions and populations considered the poor of the Orient can reach that point?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
How in a country, how Lebanon considered relatively small dimensions, yeah, and populations created poor of the Orient can reach that point? Really, I don't know. Another.
Saying how can Lebanon reach this point? Yes, I think that the whole world and the Lebanese are looking in disbelief. This, you know, Lebanon has always been, especially Beirut. Beirut is a cosmopolitan hub for the world. It was dubbed the city of the book. It is a place where civilizations between East and West mingle. It's always been the place where Arabs in the region come and enjoy the best summers, the best Christmases. We have a lively and amazing culture and spirit. And it's unbelievable to see just how in 1 year, Lebanon today, I don't think people talk about Lebanon being a failed state. I think it is already a failed state. I mean, you're having over 500% inflation rate. We're the first country in the region to face hyperinflation. This has only happened in places like Venezuela and few other countries. But here in the Arab world, we are a country to be going through this crisis. And I repeat, it's not an economic crisis. This is political. The strangulation of Lebanon is an economic war.
This happens when you have key players and regional players trying to strangulate certain political actors to break them. And what ends up happening is they destroy everybody else in the process too.
Yeah. And the last one. Good morning, teacher. There are public programs in Lebanon to assist families in searching for their missing relatives due to the violent clashes.
Well, you know, the port crime took place 3 months ago, so we have no hope that there is anybody still alive. The efforts when the explosion took place, and it is a crime against humanity. This explosion that took place 3 months ago. They took so much time to actually clear the dead from the rubble. Many people remained missing. So it was a tragedy over a tragedy. Some NGOs blessed them, and people came from overseas to help us find when the key players here locally failed us. But by now, I think we have lost any hope that there still remains anybody in the rubble. And if I join you today, and if I wanted to join this International Congress on Human Rights and reach our voices, it is because I know many of them have passed away. They are dead. They have gone into another place. And we, the living, must be their voices when key people and players have failed them. We have to continue. We have to continue. We have to fight for their rights. We are fighting for human dignity and life, not only for the living, but for the dead, justice for the dead. This is the only way that you build security. This is the only way that you build a future. This is the only way that you have any hope that this region will be stable and secure.
Okay, Miss Hima Mary, thank you for your speech. It's so good for us. I'm proud to participate with you, and it's good for us to receive you in Palmas, Tocantins, to know this beautiful state. Brazil is a good country, a good people, good citizens, and thank you so much.
I'm both proud and humbled to have participated. I hope that in another time you will come and visit us in our beautiful country. I thank you for your warmth and your hospitality. Actually, thank you to all of you. Edmundo, Professor Edmundo has several times invited me to Brazil through the forum, and Brazil is a very, and Latin America, all of it has a very special place in our heart. And it's so important for us to be connected. And if I tell you one last thing, I would like to tell you what brought me to Brazil in 2012. I came to Brazil because you key people in Brazil were actually, and this mission is still work in progress. They wanted to establish the first the third World University for Security and Social Development. And I came to Brazil with an open heart, eager to really build security, but not the security where I watch a country destroyed again and again and without sustainable development. I really hope that you continue this mission. We are standing by you. I will cross borders and see you anytime and remain connected. And anybody wants to reach out, I'm readily available. We hope that to open lines for collaboration. Myself, I went to Brazil hoping that, I can be part of your initiative to train a new generation of leaders that doesn't talk terrorism, that talks the language of security and social development, which go hand in hand. So thank you very much. All my love and respect to all of you. Hoping that you visit us soon and that I will be visiting Brazil also in the coming year. And
Thank you so
much. Wishes for you to get there. This is my first and only really wish for the coming years for all the people we love, to if they get the virus, for them to be well. So be well pleased as a priority, and God bless you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Hima Mary. I have a lot of friends from Lebanon. It's a great citizen, great people, and thank you so much. Então, estou dando por
God,
encerrada. God bless
hopefully
you
next
too.
time. Sorry?
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I
Thank
said
you so much.
hopefully we will meet.
Ok, me too. Então, quero
God bless.
agradecer a participação de todos, quero agradecer à escola pelo convite. Mais uma vez agradeço a senhora, a nossa querida professora Hima Mary, a participação do embaixador do Líbano, que foi embaixador na Argentina e no México, e retorno a palavra ao professor Gustavo Pascoal para dar a sequência
We close now. I would
ao
like to
nosso
thank you
maravilhoso
all.
congresso. Muito
And
obrigado.
to our marvelous Congress, thank you very much. Have a good day. Judge, thank you very much. I hope you get better. Professor Himamedi, thank you. So we will now have the closing of our activities of this morning. We will come back at 2:30 p.m. I hope all of you are here on time, because we will have very interesting subject matter. At 2:30 we will have the following theme: factors of promotion of human rights in the state of Tocantins. Rolfi Costa Vidal from the Civil House of the State of Tocantins, and at 4 p.m. with the theme Human Rights in the Penitentiary System, we will have Miss Cecilia Perez Rivas, Minister of Justice of Paraguay and effective member of the Latin American Permanent Committee for Crime Prevention, COPLAD Ilanuj. With that, we'll close our first part of our work this day, and we'll see you 2:30. Thank you to all. Greetings. Bye bye.
Good afternoon, all of you who are with us this afternoon. We're back with our 12th International Congress on Human Rights and also first virtual forum on human security for human rights in Latin America. We will continue with our work and I will show you our afternoon activities. We will have a first moment with the topic Human Promotion Factors in the State of Tocantins. A conference held by Professor Hofdal, Secretary of the Civil House of the State of Tocantins. Later at 6 p.m. we're going to have Human Rights in the Penitentiary System. A conference by Ms. Cecilia Perez Rivas, Minister of Justice of Paraguay, effective member of the Latin American Permanent Committee for Crime Prevention, Island Program. Before we get started, I'd like to mention your situation. The first day of the first virtual forum on human security for human rights in Latin America, a project called Human Promotion Factors and Sustainability in the Social Empowerment Program of Youth, Kids, Indigenous Women in Bananal Island in the state of Tocantins, Brazil. Commitment SDG 10, 2030 Agenda of the United Nations. This was held by Judge of Appeal Vilas Boas and the Judge Edson Magalhães. We will have today, as we close the event, and the Declaration of Ecuador, a situation about a referendum from the committee so such projects may go ahead and be hosted by the UN and follow the flow. So I request all of you to remain with us till the end of the afternoon for us to see all those situations together. Anyway, let's start the activities. I invite Mr. Rolf Costa Vidal, Secretary of the Civil House of Tocantins, Brazil, on human promotion factors in the state of Tocantins. We will have a first moment with a 30 minutes talk. After that, any questions sent to the organization will be passed on to the secretary so he may answer them. Mr. Rolf, it is an honor to have you here with us. I pass you the floor. Good afternoon, all the protagonists in accomplishing this one more Congress on Human Rights held by Tocantins Court of Justice as this great operational and executing arm of SMAT, which undoubtedly is an agent of construction of the academic thought in the state of Tocantins and Brazil. And it is a pleasure for the state of Tocantins through the Civil House to participate in the first Latin American Forum on Human Security for Human Rights and the 12th International Congress on Human Rights on Human Promotion Factors and Sustainability. I am sure this pandemic scenario we have now, not just Latin America, but the whole world, did not allow us to be in an environment face to face, being able to talk about the experiences and exchange experience for each nation as for human promotion, but as highlighted, the virtual is the extension of the real. With this innovation, we believe the academic thought won't be jeopardized. It won't be reached by the lethargy. I would like to make a few statements greeting the honored chairman, Douglas Lura, as the president of the Foreign Congress, Dr. Fernando Lopes Barra, the international coordinator, the brilliant Professor Edmundo Oliveira, the regional coordinator Alex Vale Fran, the chief of the National Executive Commission, João Escudeiro, and the International Executive Commission Chief Judge of Appeal Mark Phillips, Chairman of SMART, who is an example of this academic thought in the state of Tocantins and also international level, and the General Report Marcela Gutierrez Quevedo, Professor of the Research Center for Criminal Policy in Colombia. So after some conversations on the implementation of Vila Nude in Tocantins, we got an invitation, very happy to attend to the seminar on human promotion factors in the state of Tocantins. And this, in the still pandemic scenario, it surely brings up a series of challenges and difficulties we will approach over our talk, and it also allows us to have a retrospective look of all advances the state of Tocantins was able to achieve in the last 30 years. And about that, we should talk about the socioeconomic profile, maybe an information on the opening of the Tocantins state. It is the newest state of Brazil. It was created by the Constitution of 1988, and it is in the constitutional disposals in Article 13, with the creation of the state created. It has 139 municipalities, a population according to the updated numbers, which reaches 1,500,000 inhabitants. We have one of the largest territorial areas of the country, 4.8 inhabitants per square kilometer. The students in primary school of over 46,000 people. The Human Development Index is 0.69 according to 2010 poll, and according to per capita family income, 1,600 reais in the 2019 figure. It's important to highlight, out of those 139 municipalities, most of the population is still in the largest cities of the state. So we have this concentration of urban population, and most, as a symptom of the current times, most of the population lives in urban areas. Tocantins has 11 industrial districts. It has a location from the logistics point of view privileged in Brazil, being an important corridor for the Brazilian production transportation, and it has the challenge of being industrialized and being, besides an important figure in logistics, also an important figure in the economic sphere as far as its richness and its distribution. Generally speaking, talking about human promotion, taking the same highlights of all Brazilian constitution provisions, we have the principle of human dignity in a high level, aligned with the main international letters of many organizations such as the UN, The state constitution has the individuality of the human being, the respect to the local people as one of the pillars of the state. Among some information linked to socioeconomic aspects, the first of them, we could say, is the first and main factor for human promotion in the state of Tocantins is and was the creation of the state. Why is that? Historically, Tocantins embraced, it would integrate, it was part of the state of Goiás. And due to its large territorial size, Tocantins was the north of Goiás, and for quite some time it was known as the Poverty and Misery Corridor. Of course, there was an expansion, policies for the expansion of the Brazilian highways, and some infrastructure elements started showing a possibility for the state of Tocantins to have a different integration in relation to the other states. The 153 highway that cuts the state from north to south, and as of these highways, the main cities of the state, except the capital, they came to be Agualina, Gurupi, and of course they are cities that have hundreds of years, that are the cultural and heritage of the state. But effectively, the jump in the human development of Tocantins happened with the creation of the state as of 1988. This is an objective number. Why objective? Given by IBG poll of 1991, it would bring Tocantins with an human development index of 0.369, way below the national average, and was really, comparing to the other states, one of the most miserable states of Brazil. And as of this autonomy given by the Constitution, with the opening of the state of Tocantins as its state executive power, legislative power, judiciary power, and auxiliary institutions, we realized there was a jump in the Human Development Index of Tocantins noticed in 2010. In 2010, we almost doubled the index from 0.369. We had in 2000 0.525. So we realized a growth made concrete and expanded in 2010. In 2010, it got to 0.69, reaching indexes close to high indexes. As for the Human Development Index, we know the Human Development Index is a formula designed to be a response to the objective and code form of the GDP, which would measure only the wealth, the financial aspect of a country, of a state, of a city. The Human Development Index, it has branches related to basic sanitation, education, health care. In such a way, it sees human promotion as in fact being the index to be assessed, not just for the level of happiness and satisfaction of that population, but even development. Because as we know, the development only with the economic matrix is not a healthy development. It's not a sustainable development. Sustainable development goes through a socioeconomic tripod, and with the financial conditions, but the social aspect will be important to determine the happiness and the respect to the dignity of the people who live in any city, in any state, in any country. So this is the first idea. It is a political administrative issue. It may sound weird, but you can see the decision of the legislator followed by the executive power, which at that time created the state of Tocantins, was a determinant, highlighting the human development index of the state of Tocantins. And as of 2000 to 2010, we had a consolidation of the Tocantins institutions, but the recent story brought, let's say, some political administrative turbulences. And those turbulences, they made the public expenditure of the state to lose its balance in such a way that after two impeachments of the governor, the current governor took office in 2018, and he got the state with an expenditure of 58% according to the fiscal responsibility law. This index, by the Brazilian legislation, is the maximum index you may spend with personnel. But what does it have to do, the public expenditure, with human development? We once more go back to the aspect that out of those decisions, they reflect on the daily lives of the population. With the money going mainly to personnel expenditure and consequently maintenance of the government, the necessary resources for the investment in improving the bottlenecks of the state, coming as the improvement of the public expenditures, the money becomes inexistent. It is not an endless resource. So if we do not have this decision, it's not possible to go on as for public policy. So that was a great administrative response in the state. Some issues were made lean, and also with the public employees' payment being sustainable, not just for the salary, but their evolution as payroll, once they are the ones who are responsible for the execution of those policies and for the optimization of all those results. So there is a need for a harmonization between this reform and the public officials, because this is important to make those policies concrete, but effectively there was a huge management shock, and nowadays in the second quarter of 2020, Tocantins has 42% of the expenditure with personnel, a reduction of over 15%. And this reduction now allows the state to retake the line of being an investor, and some constructions that were stopped for ages are now on again. And then with the better management of this money, it is better. And what's the negative point of view? What would the difficulty be that was exponentially brought to Tocantins, as all states? In the year 2020, COVID-19 brought this challenge, and this challenge brought some waves. The first, from the sanitary point of view, there was a need to have a quick response from the healthcare system. The state of Tocantins, with its 18 state hospitals, was possible to expand, having more COVID intensive treatment unit beds, regular treatment areas in the region of northern area, in Palmas, which is the reference hospital because it's the capital. We got more beds. So the right to healthcare in the state of Tocantins was preserved as maximum as possible. You know, the pandemic, it took lives, and we have a feeling that each life has its value because it could have been avoided if there were no issues on social distancing and the very contagious. But from the administrative point of view, the state of Tocantins had a quick response as for the improvement of the healthcare system. This was the first wave and the first response in respect and defense of the dignity of the human being. The second wave comes from the sanitary measures and even from the police power related to the sanitary issues. With the reduction of the urban mobility as for social distancing in those three strategies of avoiding the contagious, which was a selective and expanded treatment, the economy suffered this setback. Of course, there is no level of equality. Life has its prevalence, its precedence, but we know this wave brought the bankruptcy of small-sized enterprises, a situation of vulnerabilities to many employees who were laid off, the self-employed people too, and several classes who need this social life to live, either cultural, musicians, artists. So what we did, by means of several secretariats, there was a great work determined by Governor Marco Calesi as for the food safety of the state. First issue, with the schools being closed, it was determined by the governor that because we were aware the snack at school is the main meal of that child or teenager, and which is a resource for the family from the economic point of view, it was determined not to suspend this expenditure. So kits of snack were sent to all families of students, and then for students from the municipal teaching system, thus assuring over 400,000 snack kits in this period. And then we reached the whole students of the state. In the second situation related to food safety, the Labor and Social Assistance Secretariat worked very well together with elderly people.
Of course, with those that are more vulnerable, especially those comorbidities to be considered and to be had with this social distancing. There was a lot of work to protect the elderly in Tocantins and as regards food security, and this was extended to settlements in all the rural area, and we certainly got 500,000 people from Tocantins during this pandemic as regards the support in terms of food security. In a second instance, but not less important, it is a factor that brings respect to the citizen, the use of support to these agencies for microcredit to be permitted. We opened a line of microcredit from 1,000 to 6,000 for small businessmen and for informal workers. Without any verification of negative certificates and no bureaucracies, meaning that we could get the economy to get running on. With this pandemic, we are in a scenario, numbers are going down, the number of people being hospitalized is going down, and I'm very glad to say that with the very quick actions, the state of Tocantins didn't have a collapse of the health system. Having passed this, I'd like to highlight that in the last administrative reform, the state. We had this care with this in promoting human rights, protection of these basic elements of Human Development Index as regard food security, education, because the Secretary of Development and Labor has worked with specific actions. In the first infancy, it's a program from the federal government, and they continue their work in strengthening municipal programs. And in the same way, they're working in a program of acquisition of food that will allow for the improvement of this food security together with family agriculture. Is the acquisition of dozens of kits all spread to with refrigerated trucks, so that family agriculture is able to sell to the municipalities in an adequate manner, respecting the legislation, creating work and income for for people in the rural areas. Second point, we have a Secretariat of Justice that deals with two areas as regards human beings, basically people who are in prison. This prison population in Tocantins has been in a process of improving the conditions. This year we delivered one more unit, the Cariri prison in the south of the state, and in that way we're able to improve the prison infrastructure of the state. There are other installations being planned. Civil servants, the agent of as penal execution, we're in a better improving his conditions, having an extraordinary indemnization for this work that is related to penal work or prison work. We have some credit. We had a competition recently to get more employees to take on this work. In the area of defense of the consumer, we're very strong action through the PROCON as regards the directorships of human rights. We have an intersectorial action that is very relevant, be it the elderly, LGBT, children, teenagers. We have a directorate for women as well. So the state of Tocantins has a holistic and intersectorial view to all of these areas to improve human rights and for sure the guarantee of the dignity of human beings in all aspects. I'd like to highlight that recently the judiciary, together with the Secretariat of Citizenship and Justice, they have the social area, together with the Archdiocese here of Palmas. They worked with those who have escaped, those that left the system, so that they can go back to the labor market, to social, to reintegrate to society, and to leave criminality. And it goes well beyond if we can or not educate someone, but we can create opportunities. And in the first moment, we say that political administrative decisions are the greater inducers of promoting human advances, in how an administrative change can improve the public spending and allows that we can give a better health system, better public education, access to the state universities, that allows that security issues be made effective. Tocantins is one of the states that has proportionally had the best food security program in Brazil. This is very relevant. This means that we understand that the responsibility of the political agent is very relevant to promote the human dignity. That might be the synthesis of this speech. And historically, the creation of the state of Tocantins, the governors have been through, that have their quota and their methods in improving the Human Development Index in Tocantins, and to keep it in a growing manner in order to leave the stagnation that we had in the last year with better public investment. And the last point I'd like to mention is the importance of work. We know it's a world problem, it's a national problem, and it's not different in Tocantins. Unemployment is a villain. It corrodes bit by bit the dignity of the human person, fragilizes families, the citizen, and puts him in a situation of vulnerability, social vulnerability, not only in terms of health and public security, but especially as regards as his condition as an individual in its full, his dignity. So when the state of Tocantins projects the retaking of big construction projects like the National Bridge in the Tocantins River, finishing the Gurupi Hospital, retaking on 10 full-time schools, we know that among these we are generating jobs and income to the people of Tocantins. So this is the view that is necessary. Unemployment is a villain. Unemployment in our society corrodes all of the aspects regarding dignity. Bit by bit, it takes your health away, takes away perspective, closes doors, and at the end we have a scenario where the criminality, violence takes on these people. So it's up to the political agents and to all the protagonists involved and public management, municipal, federal, state, these resolutions in order for us to seek full employment. This is a mission of the state of Tocantins, and it's a daily endeavor of our governor. So I'd like to say that I'm available to any questions or doubts as regards this quick explanation. We know this is a subject that we could speak for hours and hours. It's something that makes us very enthusiastic in order to understand the conditions of the state. But Professor Gustavo, as a professor, I hand it over. I wish you a good evening to all those participating, and to say that the state of Tocantins is available. Come here to know the state. I hope that the next seminar in live be here, and also talk to our Justice Marco Antony to bring the next Human Security Congress here to Palmas in Tocantins. Greetings and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rolf Vidal. We now go to a second moment. The factors of promotion, of human promotion in the state of Tocantins. I'd like to hand it over to the secretary to some questions that are coming. The first one, Ms. Vakovsky, she asks, is there an incentive for big companies to come and establish themselves in Tocantins? This would generate jobs in private sector. Most of the jobs are in the public sphere. Secretary? Could you repeat the name? Ana Lívia Paese Sekovsky. So, Ana Lydia, it's curious the situation, because during lunch I was in a meeting with the governor and the Secretary of Industry and Commerce, Tom Lira. He is now in the south of Brazil, in Rio Grande do Sul. He's visiting and prospecting in big industries of appliances. We know that ovens, refrigerators, we know that Tocantins has logistics potential that is still underused, and the more we are able to use and to show options of the reducing this logistics cost, it's a good alternative to anyone in the private sector. Tax incentives, we have them as well. We have a specific legislation for this, for specific areas of the state that can receive subsidies and specific exemptions for that. And I'm committed to, if they give me your contact, I could send this information to you by email. Yes, we have a legislation. I don't know if you're Brazilian, but at the level of Brazil, the CONFAS regulates this level of fiscal benefits to avoid a fiscal war. But within what the CONFAS allows, Tocantins has fiscal incentives that are attractive to various areas, but beyond that, we have incentives and logistic conditions that very few Brazilian states have now. Plus, considering our quality of life, not only our human development index, we also have and satisfaction and human development index that is very good. I think all industries and companies would take this into consideration to offer to their employees, let's say, a healthy life. Secretary, okay, we have some comments here besides questions. I'd like to say Maria Martinez Mita from Sucre in Bolivia says as follows: great exposition. I liked very much knowing a little bit more about your state, and very good regulatory advances, and are inspiring to our countries. Greetings from Sucre, Bolivia. Questioning here also, Maria Luisa Nascimento. Secretary, do you believe that Tocantins will still have a growth and development despite the pandemic? What are the policies being carried out? I'd also like another comment here as regards the health, as regards COVID-19. Of course, it's not easy to work with prospection within this pandemic scenario, but what we've observed as regards the first wave, Tocantins managed to get through without a collapse in the health system, and continues with the amplification of this network. So we are hoping that until we have vaccines that are in advanced stage, that we might be able to leave behind this pandemic. But independently of how long that takes, the state network is ready, not only in terms of infrastructure, but as regards our human capital, our medical corps, the nurses, pharmacy and technicians and nurses. Of course, we had to learn a lot of this a little bit on the job, but certainly I have no doubt that Tocantins will continue to grow, and this growing tendency, and I have data to prove that. First is the potential in its touristic infrastructure. We have environmental assets that very few Brazilian states have. We have a hydric situation which is privileged. We have the state parks that are gaining international fame, like Jalampão, Cantão, Serra Gerais, and I'm certain that this will be a factor, and it's starting its exploration, let's say. And is this a touristic issue that is outside of big centers? It's even added extra that you can allows for a certain distancing and a better control of this social issue, distancing during the trips. And the second point, not less important, the industrialization process of Tocantins is still ongoing. It starts with the agro-industrial, but certainly will go beyond that. We still have a great offer of real estate that is still very big, availability. We have a considerable dimension, and so there's the advantage that no moment that we don't not hurt environmental regulatory aspects. We have a licensing process that has worked, and environmental licensing that has become quicker. So we give the juridical security to investors, to businessmen, and in the end, and going to the last considerations of the ABAG, which is the Brazilian Association of Agriculture, Tocantins will be able to keep its growth in agribusiness because lands in Tocantins will have a regulation index that are greater than the other states in the northern region, as well as their neighboring states, because with the help of the judiciary, inspired by the Tocantinense, which are motto, which means this land is ours, we started the greatest amount of regulation of lands. So 80,000 rural properties will be registered and confirmed, so as that a small property owner, small farmer, or be a great company that might have had of instability or insecurity or juridical insecurity, we will solve and bring this, and this will be one more factor of economic development of the state. We know that this right to a property, which is fundamental, and that it is protected, it will reach its social function, but will also allow a full enjoyment of rights. They have access to credits, a better future sales. It will make the economic machine work, and this will have social effects. Hernando Soto, I think a Peruvian economist, he talked about this dead capital, which was non-regulated properties, and I think Tocantins will advance a lot. This will become a real estate assets together with environmental security. This will create an environment that is positive for investments. Secretary, and continuing some points of your last speech, I would like to comment as regards Lucas Martins Chaves would like to register that our state is very rich. There are many possibilities for industrial development and therefore social development. And these technological and economic measures and social measures. We also have here another question. As regards the quilombolas, Valber Arruda Martins, as regards these old communities, of these 45 communities recognized, none of them have been given the titles by INCRA. does the government of the state of Tocantins, what can the government do to try to solve the situation and reinforcing that this is a serious violation of human rights? And what is the state of Tocantins doing to solve this situation? I agree, not only about the traditional communities and all men of the rural areas, that the non-recognition and non-deliver of the full ownership of the land, this violates fundamental rights and the dignity of the human being. I'd like to highlight that the point of view of the Quilombola communities, these are ex-slave communities, we have laws at the federal level that there is action of federal actors like INCRA. I certainly understand that in the state of Tocantins we are ready to collaborate, but the recognition of these is at the federal level and has to be made operational through INCRA. Unfortunately, we know that the INPF has worked at the state level to ask INCRA for this action, but we don't have this information. And I like to reinforce that we are available with our technicians, with our information to give aid in this process. Oh, desviou bem ele. Okay, Secretary, one or two more questions, depending on our time. In a situation mentioned by you and subjects that are dealt with by the Secretary of Citizenship and Justice, one of the situation as regards the prison system. Our next conference is going to be connected to that theme. You, as Secretary of the Civil House of the State of Tocantins, would you like to state something about that for those who are watching? Something that you find interesting as regards the prison system, and what is the state seeking to do to bring improvements to issues as regards to prison and people that are connected to this theme, and taking the advantage that we are in a Congress of Human Rights? What could you bring us in information? The prison issue, the individual that is imprisoned, we can even go back to Bible passages. We have a responsibility with that individual, with the family, but it's a permanent challenge as regards this public spending. We know that as the point of view of Brazil, the laws as regards prison issues, many are from federal level, and as the rights of that individual, but the costs of these are at the state level. This is a challenge. Our Security Secretary, it was the choice of the governor to give attention to those who really follow the system. He was the president of the prison council. He was also following the Brazilian Organization of Lawyers in this issue. He has a doctorate in the area, criminal area. So it is a professional of great weight. And the last information that he shared with us is that there is a lot of expectation in this social directory and these actions together with the judiciary in a way that those who leave the system might have opportunities. And a theme that I hadn't informed yet is that based in best practices in Brazil, we've improved very much the issue of working within these prisons, be the partnership with private companies in contracting people who are imprisoned for construction as regards building bricks, cement, artisanships. We know as regards the law, this is a win-win situation. He can reduce his sentence. He's learning a job. This resource will help his family. And at the end, this will get back to society in a cheaper way. Also reforms in public buildings, in highways, sidewalks, other work. Of course, all of this respecting fully the rights of that individual, but it's a way of taking them away from that time spent doing nothing and to bring him to a scenario of productivity, of giving back to society, but but also retaking social, because when he opts to work in the prison, he's leaving aside his links with criminality. That's a bet by the state of Tocantins and by the Secretariat of Citizenship and Justice, and I'm certain it will give us a lot of good results in the future. Silene Marlene de Assis Oliveira says, very interesting presentation as regards the situation in our state. We have another question, Secretary, for some situations brought by you. Deborah Galan would like to ask the situation. What is the greatest difficulty by the state for the implementation of projects or the situations put forth? I'd like to take this opportunity to bring some kind of systematization. On your view, what are the obstacles or difficulties that you see that for all these situations be made effective? Of course, being an intersectorial speech, we talked about a lot of different challenges. The first challenge is the need to overcome where I think we're in a situation that is good for good results. The administrative situation of the state, the administrative reforms gave an opportunity to that the work of civil servants not be wasted, be either having too many civil employees or one that didn't result. So we did an IT agency so that not only to flirt but also to implement the necessary technological advances from the administrative reform, and in facing and dealing with waste in civil service with too many employees, more intelligence in our spending, so the money, of course there's no money being left over. There is a number of policies that need this, that they can be reallocated in a better way, but I think that the main challenge is religious and constant vigilance in how public money is spent. I think that's the government sets for all secretaries, to all managers of the state, to be very responsible with public spending. We cannot talk about advances in any public policies, and there isn't any human promotion where we're not very strict to spend it in a very good manner, in an optimized manner. And qual o nome dele? Okay, Secretary, thank you very much. We're very advanced, and as proposed in our activities, we will stop now. I sought to systematize the situation, the questions that we received. We weren't able, of course, to hand them over due to time, but I would like to tell everyone that is watching that we will send the Secretary these questions, and hopefully he will answer them, and we will try to hand them back to you. Secretary, thank you very much for your presence. If you want to, just you can give your final remarks. So, Professor Gustavo, in the name of Governor Marco Carlesi, I would just like to thank the space, this opportunity. We believe a lot in the state of Tocantins and its potential, and we work daily for this to improve and improvements to the people of our state. I hope I contributed to the debate, and I'd like to leave the invitation to those that are listening to us from other states, from other countries. Do come to get to know, to visit Tocantins. There's still a lot to be built here. It's warm people, warm sun. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope you have a good closing of this Congress. Thank you very much, Secretary. To all those that are listening to us, I'd like to thank you as well. And I'd like to be registered here that 4 p.m. we will come back with the theme Human Rights in the Penitentiary System. We will have President of the session, Justice Marcos Vilas Boas, and the presenter, Mrs. Cecilia Perez Rivas, Minister of Justice of Paraguay. So I invite you to be back here at 4 p.m. to continue our 12th Congress in Human Rights and a partnership with the first virtual forum in human security for human rights in Latin America. See you soon. Thank you. Tá ligado agora. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure, an honor, and a responsibility to be here, especially with the position I'm in now, and to participate in this virtual forum, this first virtual forum on human security for human rights in Latin America, and the 12th for the promotion of human rights and sustainability. So when we've started, having started this conversation with our dear Edmundo de Oliveira for the possibility of participating as an exhibitor in this prestigious forum, they asked me what theme I would like to talk about, and which is in discussion in Paraguay and in this point I told him I cannot speak of the penitentiary system, as that is my theme. It's not because I like it from the academic point of view, but because it's the reason why the team that works with me and has brought us in past crisis, over crisis, and this is a theme that we need to approach in this challenge that is the pandemic. We are the ones who feel honored here with your presence. Your Excellency Ministry, Cecilia Perez Rivas, Minister of Justice of Paraguay, and effective member of the Latin American Permanent Committee for Crime Prevention, COPLAG, which is an ILONUD program. And she endows us this afternoon in this conference of human rights in the human rights in the penitentiary system. We here in the background, we had already talked a little about this theme, and I think it will be very interesting, and we will be enriched by your very high quality presentation, a very cultured and very prepared woman, and has much to tell us at this moment. So I wish you good welcome, and you have the word for up to 40 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. So as not to lose any more time, I would like to start signaling that in the global declaration of the pandemic at the beginning of March in Paraguay, this aggravated the already precarious situation that our penitentiary system in Paraguay, that we as a country, that we already had declared an emergency or a situation of emergency of all our penitentiary systems and educational system as well in Paraguay. In this issue of emergency, of infrastructure, of conditions, of our prison system, and the presence of members of the organized crime that generated conflicts in terms of security, which converted us into an epicenter of security crisis that happened in the penitentiary systems in Paraguay. So in this scheme comes COVID to our country, and all of the work that we're carrying out of reforming the penitentiary system, and we're planning and programming to start from the zero that are in process of construction, and that in a certain manner we didn't talk about solving the problems that exist nowadays, but to settle the basis for those who come afterwards, so that the government could start or continue the work we started. The work of the penitentiary reform put us in a situation of paralysis without forgetting to deal with the issues, because the organized crimes didn't do a pause in their actions within the prison system. And in terms of facing and these are groups of vulnerabilities, so as are these people that are deprived of their liberty, and of the people who work in the penitentiary system. These couldn't stop. But certainly in our system of reform, we had to suffer a small pause to face everything that implied the entrance of COVID-19 in our prison system. The main idea was to take emergency measures to guarantee the health of people, of the prison personnel, administrative, and health as well. We also, in terms of taking care also of the health of those family members who visited and that could have contact with their brothers, sons, parents, friends, couples, etc. So very quickly, the penitentiary system saw the possibility of the virus, so we started a work in the term of preventing the entrance of the virus at the level of country. In Paraguay, the 6,500 law to declare a sanitary emergency in all of the territory, having into account this pandemic that was declared by the World Health Organization. In scale of emergency, we had to take measures in various areas. And with time and the evolution of the pandemic, we declared resolutions by decrees of the executive power that in many ways restricted our rights as citizens, and also establish of the agenda of our decisions and in these prison and in educational systems. So in that way, of the measures imposed by the state, the main issue was to try to avoid the virus from entrance. We took decisions that should include necessarily the decision making that effective of these people who are deprived of their freedom, and of teenagers that are also had their freedom restricted in some centers. These decisions we took in the declarations of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission of the 13th of May, of the UN for Human Rights as regards COVID-19 in prisons and other detention centers. We also taken the recommendations of the UN Subcommittee for the Prevention of Torture. The Ministry of Justice, as a coordinator for the executive power, we put a compendium that all of the institutions of the state had the knowledge by international organization, and that they take effectively and always having these international treaties of human rights. Having said that, we should signal that it would be impossible as regards human rights and international organization put into a situation of vulnerability of the exposure of COVID to these people. also the big chances of high contagion of these people and other detention centers. In sanitary measures was the prevention, the physical distancing, which we know in prison systems and educational systems, that is impossible. So we focused in working in the prevention of the virus to the system and to minimize the number of people that could be exposed to the virus and and risk for life and physical integrity. So in this context, we established a working team in terms of fulfilling these protocols in sanitary measures without leaving, then having to take into care safety aspects, which was also urgent and we couldn't left aside. As a measure of prevention, we established initially a relevant work, updating data of these people that are in the prison system and that had some kind of risk. Were these elderly, maybe some kind of disease or health issue? The most common pathology in Paraguay is the tuberculosis, and HIV is the second. And as most of the Paraguayan population, diabetes and hypertension. All of these pathologies had offered a situation of risk. So we did an update in all of the people that were at risk. We prioritize and we asked to review the processual situation of these people, to prioritize those who had these health issues or that were at risk groups before the arrival of the virus. This work was carried out in a coordinated manner with the public prosecutor, with the Supreme Court of Justice. So in that way, we managed to get out of the system a good number of people, and we focused initially in reviewing those that were imprisoned and whose continued, those that had been past their prison sentences. And it was important to signalize that Paraguay is in a negative ranking, since we are one of the countries with a high rate of imprisonment until today of around 14,000 people, and only 4,000 have a definite sentencing. The others are in a preventive prison. We have to say is not something we are proud of. So in this context, we worked with the condemned population to manage quickly to review the situation and therefore not to put at risk their health. So it's important in terms of numbers, the exit of these people, but unfortunately we have to say we had an importance, and a lot of people came in again due to preventive measures, like we talked about phase 0, when there was a total quarantine. We had very few cases of people coming to the system, but after the flexibilization of the isolation measures and the restarting of activities, we had a greater number entrance of of course, very different from what the numbers we had before the pandemic. And we had a special attention as people who are deprived also in female prisons, that these women are in the prison system, and some of them are with their young childs, because our system considers that women can keep their kids until 4 years of age, and having to start to separate after 6 months before that age, and to go to their wider family or parents, and that they deliver voluntarily their kids to members of their family in a voluntary and temporary measure in order to reduce the risk of contagion of their small kids. We gave this possibility. It was a negative result, but it was important that they participate in this decision making and that understand at an important level that these measures that we saw as necessary before the virus got into the prison system. This work of intervention we took with the participation with the ministry, as they have a special role as regards these kids. They are the ones that represent the rights of those kids, independently of the condition of mothers. So this work, we did it coordinated with these agencies. As regards social or conjugal visits, initially we didn't see reasons to restrict, but eventually we restricted totally, having to account the risk of the virus coming through these visits. And we had to signal that with these circumstances, it was called to our attention and put in, even proud of what we managed to do in other countries in the region. With the first decision to restrict social or conjugal visits, we saw news of violent reactions, aggressive reactions, even mutinies and escape attempts, and even fires, creating security risks, and which you had people who even were wounded or even died. So we could say that the work carried out with this conversation, the applications, the points, and
the risk, the lack of knowledge we had in world level, because every week was a different news about different time of isolation and contagious and an eventual immunity. We had the two positive reactions. First, on the restriction of the visits, we did not have negative actions. The penitentiary population and the teenagers accepted the decisions, because the decisions were made jointly, avoiding resolution, the participation of those in charge, the SSA of each, the delegates of each department, with systematic conversation, listening to their complaints and other requests. And we also developed a mean of containing the population, sportive, leisure, and culture activities before this restrictor, and each penitentiary system may not become a bomb that would not explode. And then any measure we would make with a positive surprise for us was that after the complaint of some penitentiary incident or after the opening of some social or conjugal exposed meetings, the population was auto-isolated. They requested to talk to us, requesting to talk a little more, not to reopen the social visits, and we even worked in conversations that ended up in letters written by people from citizenship, society, supporting the self-isolation, and the campaign with cartels, which are the very people who are arrested and who live far from their family, who live at home. As for the monitoring and control of human resources, we duplicated the forces, taking into account we knew and recognized before the necessary isolation in which we all found ourselves that could generate situations of violence, that could become violations of human beings for the centers of privacy of freedom, which was a constant concern. Then we worked by intensifying the control and surveillance mechanisms of human rights through telematic means, so people who had relatives or those who were arrested could present their complaints, reports, or request by a web form, including sending message through WhatsApp, and the possibility of doing that face to face when they go to the Human Rights Department. Those mechanisms have resulted very useful to detect violations of human rights committed by some employees, and we would intervene and take measures on that. As for the health care systems, we were favored by better sanitary people, and then finally were able to have a total coverage of health assistance in all prisons. And we also worked in the rearrangement of sanitation, and in the case of isolation, if there were any outbreak, and then when had a positive result to minimize the impact of the propagation of the virus in the centers. And we also worked on a system of dorms for the employees. When there was an outbreak in some prison, they would not go home, not to risk their family members, and that the prison would become a source of contagious to community. And then they would work till they had some symptom and there was a positive result. They were kept in isolation, attention, and monitoring to see the healthcare evolution. These we did from the Justice Ministry in coordination approved by the Social Well-being Department, always focused not just in the sanitary issue, but prioritizing human rights and presenting the penitentiary situation to the public healthcare system. In this context, what we can say is the success somehow, because no death, we can say we celebrate some kind of death. But if the communication strategy is determining we participate as with people who are arrested. Thanks to that, we didn't have any episode of security up to now with the restrictive measures, although the people who are arrested no longer had freedom, something that was lost outside with the isolation and preventive measures. They didn't have any kind of freedom anyway, and the other freedoms, the other rights, they were restricted of when we saw that affected by public education was also stopped, also the labor insertion programs, the training, the production of the penitentiary centers was also affected due to the lack of issues because of this economic crisis we have affected us for the acquisition of products, and then the capsule of production in the prisons is inactive all this time, besides the restriction of the family and spouse visits. It didn't have an extremely or negative result in our country. Taking into account, we believe the communication strategy was the key point to make a difference on how we developed it in the region and in the prisons in the region. The telecommunication with the family members, free phone calls to talk to the family members and spouses, and the conversation with public attorneys. They never had any restriction, and it was decided not to expose the employees. We generated a communication system and telematic for the application with no cost for any of the parts, and we developed the use of telematic means for the hearings in the proceedings. So in this way, the Supreme Court of Paraguay also made a decision that in places where we had to declare the presence of the virus, that it should be epidemiologically closed because of COVID, and everything was done telematically. And then the telecommunication has its issues. As for what would be the return when we require the production and the mediation of the parts with the judges, we coordinated with the court that we would minimize this impact, mainly when we have a parallel communication by telecommunications, attorneys and lawyers with their defendants during the proceedings to avoid the cutting of communication during the production of the proceedings of those who were arrested. All this was possible thanks to the coordination with other state organizations, and we have to say, up to now, we have a total of the penitentiary systems. We had 5 people arrested who died, and 4 employees also died. If we consider the sanitary aspect, almost 9,000 people were infected, and it was us who saturated the public system. The people who were arrested were not victims of massive hospitalization or massive death as we expected it to be if the virus entered the prisons. Finally, COVID-19 presents us all an opportunity to consider what we have forgotten. We have interpolated our justice system, the penitentiary system in the conditions of dwelling, and the public health care system due to the prison health system, which historically have been excluded by a segregationist thinking of the people who comes from a prison to go to public health that persists the culture of the discrimination that has led us to this penitentiary crisis, because we talk about discrimination, segregation of the people who are arrested, and then we have this thinking that we have to close the door and remove the key, and we cannot do the same and expect different results. It is a great challenge to violate the rights of the people who are arrested, because we have to learn how to live with the virus of COVID-19 that is here to stay for some time. And also, it has taught us the criteria or concept of human security is over the security concept. When we put the human being in the center, the results are completely different. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the clarifying report on precious information you provided us with the humanitarian characters taken by the government of Paraguay to fight COVID-19, notably in the penitentiary system. We have here Your Excellency Cecilia Perez. Some questions we received. The first by the judge Ademar Chifres Filho. He asks about the prisons and how many provisory prisons you have. We today have 13,847 prisoners, out of which 4,100 are already convicted. The rest of the people, over 9,000 people, are still not convicted. A second question by Rosa Andrea Bolaños. Is it possible to get to a regional agreement to reduce the population of prisoners in the context of COVID-19 context? I believe so. It is possible, and it's also determining that the penal thinking, the culture of the imprisonment, we have to approach it from a regional point of view. In Paraguay, it has an important weight to be systematically, because this rank of prisoners who we keep in a negative manner, they have been a matter of interpellation. If it is important to do it from the states proposed with the governments, and when I say that, it is a work of the three spheres of the state and the country, because we keep thinking the penitentiary problem is just for the just ministry or the government. When we the ministers are the ones who will go on without freedom, and they will not determine in which conditions the person is to be refrained from its freedom. It is a work of the three powers of the state, and we have to take each one of them, its condition, its responsibility, with self-criticism. A third and last question. Maria Luísa da Consolação Pedroso Nascimento, juridical assistant of Tocantins Superior Judge School. She asks us, we know the permanent prison crisis is a result of bad prison policies adopted over decades. Do you believe this crisis also is also due to the incompetence of the public officials and the lack of public policy, such as the generation of jobs and the provision of the necessary health conditions, and mainly education? Do you understand with more education it would be necessary to have less prisons? This is a thinking of Darcy Ribeiro. Categorically yes. My answer is yes to all questions. I believe, and I want to make a parallel example of the problems we have with the penitentiary agents. I was asking the federal system, what were the actions implemented to reduce the corruption in the system of the penitentiary agents in the federal prisons? It is also taken to the penitentiary populations. We many times talk about reinsertion, but these people really were inserted in society. Are we talking about reinsertion or insertion in society? And I'll give you an example that happened to us with the pandemic crisis. We, in the need of make the penitentiary system lean, we would like to review the proceedings for them to get freedom. And mothers, they came closer to ask us for their kids not to be abandoned. They would say, if he leaves, he has to go to my house, and there it's one more person to eat, and I have to work. It is an attention I have to give. I cannot give it because I will not be at home, because if I do not work, my kids do not eat. And whenever I leave, the context will not help me, because my kid will become an addicted to drug, because he will be harassed by those people. So it's not just unemployment. Public policies that are inefficient as for the work, labor, and education. If this woman has economic conditions, she wouldn't have to be breaking in 1,000 pieces, so the kid may be educated in the streets and exposed to drug addiction. Yes, we have to invest in health care and education and labor to empty the prisons. That was an excellent intervention. It was a great afternoon with brilliant ideas, with precious information on the specific actions of the Paraguay government and the institutional policies to promote human rights, exactly those who are excluded from society temporarily without any possibility of exercising their full citizenship. Would like to thank very much you for your intervention. It was a great moment. I'm very happy to get to meet you and wish you all afternoon. I finished this block.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Estoy honrada. Muchas gracias.
It's an honor.
Good afternoon. We were talking about prisons. This is the first Latin American Virtual Forum on Human Security for Human Rights and the 12th International Virtual Congress on Human Rights and Factors of Human Promotion and Sustainability. We had people from all over the world, and we're proud of the discussion and in terms of promoting human rights in Latin America. For 3 days, we had important discussions. We had the opportunity to discuss mechanism to value and promote human rights facing the pandemic of the COVID-19. To start comments and the conclusions of this first forum in this Congress. Pede para ele fechar o da Marcela. Vamos ter a Marcela Gutierrez, professora investigadora da Universidade Externada de Colômbia, membro efetiva da Permanent Member of Latin American Permanent Committee on Crime Prevention, COPLAD e LANUD. Well, good afternoon. Pode deixar, Ari. I'm going to read the conclusion of these 3 days of work. There's some noise in the translation. Is that it? Is that normal?
Muy poco, Marcela, muy poco, pero se le escucha muy bien a usted.
Bueno, entonces voy a leer las conclusiones.
So I will read the conclusions. Firstly,
Los valores de la ONU
the values of the UN and the objectives of sustainable development must be the north, the direction in terms of human rights in Latin America. The SDGs aim to promote pacific and inclusive for sustainable development and to ease access to justice for all and to create effective institutions that are responsible and inclusive in all rights. 2. Institutional and academic cooperation should focus in overcoming inequality, getting justice, and the construction of safe cities that are respecting of human rights. The information on about violent deaths from the observatory is an example of academic cooperation in helping prevention. This will be in 2021 in Kyoto. 3. The importance of prevention, tolerance, and the safe of working of human security is done through collaboration through the states of Latin America, in the Court of International Rights, and our national constitutions. 4th, human security is fomented by community actions that privilege the participation and sustainable development, and the key is cultural interaction to create citizenship, empowerment, and political participation. We would like to highlight the proposal from the University of whose project will be presented by Brazil for consideration by the UN. 6. When we talk about human security, it is important that in public policies that we consider the different contexts as regards human rights so that they might improve, and key is to protecting the people and vulnerable communities. 7. The academia is important for the development of human rights. The investigative works in these communities that support in implementing public policies with a different focus to avoid stigmatization and to guarantee rights. 8. Public policy should have multidimensional focus that work for the prevention and not punishment, and should be oriented toward social conditions, collaboration, and trust in order to deal with social issues. 9.
Los medios de comunicación
The means of
concentrados que
communication
responden a
that are
grandes
concentrated, that
empresariales
answer to great
económicos
corporate
y políticos
conglomerates,
que
have
la
political and
mayoría de
economic
veces están en
interests
abierta contradicción
that are in
con lo que
contradiction
resuelven los
to
pueblos de
what
nuestros
the
países
people
a
of our
través de la
countries
democracia.
want through democracies.
La libertad de expresión,
The
así como
freedom
la
of
defensa de los
expression,
derechos
as well as
fundamentales
the defense of
en nuestros
fundamental
países de
rights
América
in
Latina
our countries in
están
Latin
en
America,
peligro,
is in
no
danger,
necesariamente por parte de los actores
not
estatales,
due
sino
to
por la
state
mayoría de
actors,
monopolios mediáticos
but
de las
due
grandes
to these
corporaciones
media
transnacionales.
monopolies by great transnational corporations. Tá
Décimo,
cortando pra caramba, que saco.
es importante
10. It is
hacer una
important
reflexión sobre la
to do a
política
reflection
criminal de los
about
países
criminal
latinoamericanos.
policies in Latin
Se
American
trata de una
countries,
política criminal adecuada a la
to have an
realidad
adequate
del
criminal policy as regards also drug trafficking, organized crime works within the state, and corruption works for them. And it has to do with big capitals, not only with civil servants, but also policemen and others. 11. It is necessary to understand the digital medium in a more ample way, in a global, and as interactions with human rights and cyber threats. Information and data is abundant. Behind these, there are many interests that could lead to result in important violations. Safety of information has to do with confidentiality, good governance, availability, and integrity. 12. Human security should be supported by all public programs. In justice, there should be prevention in all institutions, followed with reflection as regards a restorative justice as regards the rights of the victims. 13. We like to highlight peace, solidarity, and other values. Otherwise, economic and human rights that would result in deaths, displacement, victimization, abandonment of public services, corruption, and limited reparative justice, and without the satisfaction of basic needs for all. 14. We'd like to highlight the recognition of diversity in the educational environment. The 2030 Agenda of UN talks about an inclusive education and the reduction of inequality among countries. There are concerns as regards structural and institutional racism. We understand racism that has values of discrimination that are learned historically and in connections. To take concrete actions to the original peoples, the investigation by study centers are important in order to deal with equality and to advance serious educational policies that are pluralistic and of quality. 15. The promotion of human rights is the center, the basis of promoting public policies that work. Human rights should be sought with the necessary resources in order to enact full citizenship. And lastly, this penitentiary system has to have to do with the rule of law. People who are deprived of liberty should have their human rights and their dignity protected. A criminal policy that guarantees and should prioritize other public policies that deal with complex social phenomena. So, in synthesis, human security is done consolidating things that are restorative, inclusive, to avoid victimization, on the criminalization, and ineffective prison. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marcela Gutierrez, for these important words and establishing the declaration of our Congress. Continuing to announce for the second forum for human rights, we would like to invite from Brazil and Director General of the Higher School of the Tocantins. Please, Dr. Marco Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to announce that second forum on human security will be carried out in the city of Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, on the 11th and 12th of April 2022. I'd like to highlight the President of Honor, already confirmed, will be Mrs. Carrie Kennedy, President of the Robert Kennedy Foundation for Human Rights, that is based in Washington, U.S. I'd like to register that the President of the solemn opening session of the second forum in Brazil, also confirmed, will be Excellency Mr. Luiz Roberto Barroso, Minister of the Brazilian Supreme Court. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you very much, Doctor. Now, having established these conclusions, very well done by Marcelo Gutierrez, I would ask Dr. Fernando Lopes Parra from the High Studies and President of the First Forum and the 12th International Virtual Congress on Human Rights. I would like you to give your declaration in the name of Ecuador. So, in the number of the university community of the High Studies of Ecuador, I would firstly like to thank the participants of the first virtual forum on human security for human rights in Latin America and the 12th International Virtual Congress on Human Rights about factors of human promotion and sustainability, for the high quality of debate and proposals that were discussed in over 10 thematic sessions. These thematic sessions we've reviewed with the exposition by Mrs. Marcela Gutierrez. As the first University of Ecuador, we're highly committed in continue to working in these issues of human security, human rights, strengthening of institutional programs, so that we might reach these objectives. And beyond these objectives, we are convinced that the university, together with all of the political actors that have been present in this journey, are those who are called to promote social change for the change and improvement of our dear Latin America. I would like to read now the declaration carried out in our city and with the basis of all of the discussions that were carried in the forum. It is a privilege for me to read this declaration from Quito, Ecuador. The participants of the first virtual on human security for human rights in Latin America and the 12th International Virtual Congress on Human Rights about factors of human promotion and sustainability, having taken into account the conclusions, having come from the debates and propositions and expositions, and me in this 12th Congress in the Republic of Ecuador in Quito, in the 19th, 20th, and 21st of October, we want to adopt the Declaration of Quito with the following clauses. First clause, the first forum and the 12th Congress have reached results that are significant with ideas and indicatives of healthy measures for the universal effectiveness of the principles and values inserted in the 17 objectives for sustainable development of the 2030 of the UN, and in conformity with the approaches of human security and protection of human rights that are essential to a healthier and more inclusive globalization. Second clause, the flux of the integrality of these proposals, the participants of the first forum and the 12th Congress claim for solid instruments, biosecurity, economy, biodiversity, in the perception and in facing the dissemination of issues that affect the health of people, affect citizenship and the stability of the people in the ecosystems. Third clause, participants of the first forum and the 12th Congress will talk about the high significance of the stimulus to science, technology, and innovation in the route of optimization of human endeavors in order to have economic sustainability, social and political sustainability, and cultural sustainability, moral sustainability, and environmental sustainability. Fourth clause, the participants of the first forum and 12th Congress highlight the need of the strict observance of the recommendations of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in San Jose of Costa Rica, so as to deal to member states a greater efficacy in applying justice and the interaction with the judicial power of social groups and those that in a situation of vulnerability. Fifth clause, participants of the first forum and the 12th Congress recommend the harmonization of governance with modern mechanisms of compliance that deal with human security so as to add values of credibility, good governance of public and private companies with practices of integrity, ethics, and responsibility. Sixth clause, the participants of the first forum and the 12th Congress are available to these and to the Latin American countries to provide administrative, technical, or scientific assistance in benefiting these platforms that contain crime and violence in the following instances. First, strategic monitoring for the relief of violent deaths. Second, partnership to help victims and in avoiding victimization in the cybernet and internet environments. Third, ethics in the communication. Fourth, combating of organized crime, corruption, and money laundering, and against racism. Sixth, organization of the penitentiary system aligned with the effective alternatives to prison. Seventh, deceleration of the impacts of insecurity in families, especially when affected by domestic violences or of missing people. Seventh clause, the participants of the first forum and the 12th Congress would like to highlight that the communication done by the permanent collegiate of the Brazilian magistrates. So in the sense that an important project of creation of a university for security and social development is already ready in the second academic structure to be followed through by Brazil in order to be submitted into consideration by the organization of the UN. Eighth clause.
And the 12th Congress approves the indication in order to guarantee institutional support for the community education practice inserted in an excellent project, factors of human promotion and sustainability for the social empowerment of young kids, women, indigenous people in Banana Island, which has been implemented with protective actions of dignity and welfare in the state of Tocantins, Amazon region of Brazil. Clause 9. The participants of the first and 12th Congress recommend this declaration of Quito, Ecuador may be addressed to all governments, members of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as for the General Secretariat of the American States Organizations and the General Secretary of the UN. Clause 10. The participants of the first forum and the first and second Congress lastly ratify the choice of the city of Salvador in the state of Bahia, Brazil, to hold the second Forum on Human Security for Human Rights in Latin America on 11 and 12 April 2022. Clause 11. This declaration of Quito, written in Spanish, English, and Portuguese, was adopted in the city of Quito, Republic of Ecuador, on 21 October 2020, during the closure of the first virtual forum on human security for human rights in Latin America and the 12th Virtual Congress in Human Rights on Factors of Human Promotion and Sustainability. City of Quito, Republic of Ecuador, 21 October. Official Fernando Lopez Para, Director of the Institute of High National Studies of Ecuador, IAE, Chairman of Virtual Forum on Human Security for Human Rights in Latin America, and 12th International Congress on Human Rights on Factors of Human Promotion and Sustainability, undersigned. Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez, for presenting this important already. And now for the official close of the event, would like to invite Dr. Marco Villas-Boas for the official closing the event, which has been an honor to have you in Ecuador, although it has been virtually. I hope I may be able to see you guys personally. We held a congress in Quito. Professor has been there. Also, human rights with this environmental issue. I hope we may meet personally. I'd like to thank the Institute of High National Studies of Ecuador. I am our host on behalf of the Dean, and I'd like to thank you for the participation and attention. I declared closed the first virtual Latin American Forum on Human Security for Human Rights and the 12th Second Virtual Congress International on Human Rights. I hope I may see you again soon, either there or here in Salvador, Bahia. Thank you.